All right, I'm back. I had some days off. I've been in the summer house, out in the forest and the silence. It always makes me excited to come back to the computer and do other stuff. So my son is having fall break, I guess it's called. They're supposed to be reading. I don't think he's doing that much, but that's okay. He is a very good reader, so it's okay. Anyway, I've been thinking about what to do here. I've been playing around also with the YouTube, the API keys and things like this. I don't think that's the route to go. Bolt.new version 2 is supposed to be able to handle the backend fine. So I want to create the backend. I want to create a sign up for people to follow and also for customers. So to follow, you should be able to log in. You have your own dashboard and backend where you can see what you're doing, storing your data. As a customer, you should be able to communicate with me and have one place where you have all the communications. So there's no misunderstandings, price development, things like this. And I should have a backend too, where I can handle the YouTube videos, add information, organization, and things like this. This is going to be a big prompt, I think. Maybe not a big prompt, but a big project. And I think it's going to break. I'm quite sure it's going to break, but that's fine. So let's start writing the prompt, yeah? So it's time. Maybe we need to be here. So it's time. Just checking that Whisper is working. It's time to add a backend to this. I want to move all the mockup data to be in a database. And I want to have an admin for myself where I can handle everything from the YouTube videos and added information to them, as well as modifying headings, texts, and all of these things. All the mockup data should be accessible here in a great database. I need you to take all the time you need to make sure that this becomes good. So for the sign up, there will be a few things. One will be someone who is just following. So they will have their own dashboard where they can see their own stats, not only what they see when they come here with the different steps, but it will be more personalized for them. They should be able to add their name, what they like to be called, upload a photo of themselves to kind of make this a community. Don't make anything for the community yet. That will come later. There should also be a sign up for customers. Customers should be able to have a way to communicate with me live, or maybe not live on the web page, but posting something and I can respond to it. So it's a place for them to see the project they have, what they have asked for, the price it's going to be, maybe be able to download invoices and things like this. I need you to take all the time that you need to plan this. And I need you to ask lots of questions to me to make sure that you got it right before you start building. So this is in the plan mode. So here we have all the text. Let's send it and see what happens. We have 18.6 million going in tokens. Wait, I'm not in the plan mode. Oh no, I'm not in the plan mode. No, it's in plan mode. Okay, so first it's analyzing how it looks, I guess. So I'm hoping now that it's actually just doing a plan and it's not using everything. Yeah, here we go. Here's a plan. Full stack backend system with database authentication and multi-role user management. This is a big thing. We're going to have to read this through. So let's start from the beginning. Important questions before we begin. Authentication and user management. For the authentication system, do you want to use Bolt database auth, which is already available, or would you prefer a different authentication provider like nextauth.js? Bolt database auth is simpler and integrates seamlessly with the database. So I want to use Bolt. For authentication, I want you to use Bolt database authentication. For the followers dashboard, should followers need to verify their email address before accessing personalized features, or should the sign-up be completely open and immediate? I need the users to verify their email address. I do not like spam in the system. I would like real-time notifications when someone posts a message. Content management. The current site has several editable text sections. Hello, hero heading, learn to code with AI, about section text, stats like 8+, video lessons, etc. Should all text content be editable through the admin panel, or just the main sections like video, learning paths, and services? Okay, for the content management, I want to be able to edit everything. So all text content should be editable through the admin panel. For YouTube videos, do you want the admin to manually enter all video details, or would you like automatic fetching of video data from YouTube API? I would like to use YouTube API to fetch all the details of all the videos from my channel automatically. Okay, so it's doing that I thought was going to be very hard. Maybe it can handle it. Let's see if it works. I need there to be extra fields for the YouTube videos, so I can add what you see is what you get information that I write about each video to give copy paste prompts and other interesting things. So I needed to be an extra connected section for this. Should the admin be able to reorder videos with learning paths through drag and drop, or is a simple number-based ordering system sufficient? Drag and drop sounds nice. The admin should be able to reorder videos with the drag and drop. That sounds fantastic. Customer project management. For customer projects, what information do you need to track? I'm thinking project name, description, status, pending, in progress, completed, price, files, attachments, message thread. Is there anything else you'd like to include? For point number 7, customer project management, I also want to add more information about the company, like where do I send a bill? also their organization number, things like this. Contact details like email, phone number, that should also be included there. Point 8, this is a great idea. They should be able to upload files like logos and also different things for me to be able to use within the project. I would love for the system to create invoices automatically under point 9. This sounds awesome. Database schema structure. Design and create bolt tables for data entities. Set up tables, configure row level security policies for data protection. Sounds great. Okay, so it can handle all of these things. Sounds good. Sounds too good to be true, to be honest. Okay, so I will not read through all of these. That doesn't really matter. I have answered all your questions. Is there anything else that comes to mind that I should add before we go from the planning phase? So I'm adding that. Let's see what it says here. So we used 100,000 token for this. That seems very fine for me to make a good plan here and having a talk. Okay, so I'm not being clear enough. That's great. It's asking questions instead of doing. This is what I was missing before. I think this might be working. So I want to make sure I understand correctly. Do you mean Bolt database authentication, which is what is available in your .env file, or with the Bolt database connection? Or is there a specific Bolt auth system you're referring to? For point 1, database authentication, I want you to go with this one. To automatically fetch video details from your YouTube channel, I need your YouTube channel ID or channel handle. My YouTube API key. I would like to click a sync button. I think that's it. You want to import all videos from your channel or bit. Okay, so let's see. I guess I'm going to pause here for a second because I need to fetch these API keys and things. But then you can see them. Okay. Maybe I can generate a new one. No, I have an idea. I will update it myself. I will give it an incorrect one, and then I will change it later. That's my plan. Okay. So let me pause and go and fetch these things. Just give a second here. Okay, I'm back. So here is my YouTube channel, I guess, handle. The YouTube API key, I would like you to, for now, just use some random number. I will give you the correct one later, but I'm recording this video and I don't want to share it publicly. I want the system to update and check for updated videos when I click a button in the admin panel. So no automatic syncing. I want it to be done by me manually. This is a good question. So do you want to import all videos from your channel or be able to select which ones to add to the learning platform? I want to import all the videos, but all the new ones that are not already in the database that are about to be added, I want to get the option to say if it's supposed to be visible for people to see, or if there is some other plan on when to release it on my side, because some of the videos will not be public on YouTube. They might be only available if you have the link. So I need some options here when we are importing them. And I don't want you to start to import everything. It should only happen when I'm clicking the import or sync button. For message notification, would you like browser push notifications require user permission? No, I don't want that. Email notifications sent to your email? No. Or just an in-app notification badge alert that updates through time, or all of the above. So, okay, so this is my thought here. So let's be with me with my prompt here. Regarding the real-time notification, if I'm logged in, and you can see that I have an active session, then I do not want an email notification. However, if I'm not logged in, I would like an email notification to be sent out to me. I do not want a browser push notification. Invoice generation for automatic PDF invoice creation. I need to know your business information, company name, business address, tax ID and logo to appear on invoice. What invoice numbering format you prefer? Should invoices include payment terms, due dates, and bank account details? What currencies do you work in? Do you need to include tax VAT calculation on invoices? Regarding invoice generation, I would like to be able to set up the business information myself within the back end if I'm changing logo or tax ID or something. And the invoice numbering format I would like seems good, the one you have, invoice dash 2025, which would be the year, dash, and then 001, and so on. The invoice should include payment terms, due dates, normally within 14 days should be paid, and also bank account details that I also want to be able to add and manage myself within the admin panel. That didn't work. Where am I? So this one should include. It should include payment terms, due dates, normally within 14 days to be paid, and bank account details I would like to add and manage myself within the admin panel. The currency I'm using would be Swedish crowns, SEK, and I will need to include tax VAT calculations on the invoice. I also want to be able to set the standard VAT percentage in my backend, in my admin panel. This is going to be a very long prompt. Lots of things to think about. Okay, customer company information. Besides organization number, billing address, email, and phone number, you also need Name and title. Do you also need contact person name? Multiple contact person per company. Website URL. Company size and industry classification. Payment terms. 4.5 customer company information. I would like to have the contact person name and title. I also like to have multiple contacts per company. I'd like their website URL and perhaps other social media as well. Payment terms should also be here and should be a standard of the 14 days, but could be modified to another option that is agreed upon. File storage and management. I would like to start with 50 megabytes for them in size, but I also want this to be possible to change by me individually. The file types that should be allowed are images, all types, PDFs, and Word documents. There should be no limits to how many items they upload, as long as they are under the size limit. So follower communication features, completely private, or should they be able to see basic public profile pages without social features yet? No. For point 7, follower community features, for now, keep them private, or at least let me as an admin see it. For now, it will only be me as an admin that can do everything. But in the future, there will be multiple admin accounts. So some of the followers will become some type of administrators. Some can make some content editor or things like this. It might change later. For number 9, content editing, it should be what you see is what you get. Format options with bold, italic, links, points, and also, no, that's enough. Learning path video assignments. When you connect YouTube videos to learning path, can one video belong to multiple learning paths? Like it does now? Yes. Should the admins be able to set different series orders? So the same video for the same video in different paths. For number 10, learning path video assignments. One video should be able to be included in multiple paths, just like now. And as an admin, I should be able to set different series order, as you suggested as well. That was a lot of clarifications. Do you have any new thoughts or comments to add to this? Or do you think we are ready to go? Please think this through, because it will be a big project. Okay, so You're seeing my line of thought here. I would say that the thoughts and the communications from uh, technical clarification. Now it's asking a lot of questions. I guess that's good. Oh my God, this is crazy. So let's start from the beginning here. So final review and additional considerations. Technical clarification needed. Email service for notifications. To send email notifications when you're offline, we need an email service. Bolt database doesn't include automated custom email sending, only auth emails. Should I set up a service like resend? Or use Bolt database edge functions to trigger emails? Okay. Regarding email service for notification, I would like you to choose the most cost-effective option and talk me through that. What is a reasonable threshold for considering me offline? Session detection for email logic. I would like to start with this to be 15 minutes, but I also want this to be editable in my backend so I can change it easily if needed. Oh, that didn't work. Let's do it again. Session detection for email logic. I would like this to start off with 15 minutes, but this should be modifiable from my admin panel when I'm logged in. So I can change it if needed later. Regarding invoice VAT calculation, you are correct that it's 25%. So set that, but let me have an option to modify this per invoice if needed. I might need to be able to change certain items on an invoice to be a different VAT. I will need to be able to add different items to the invoice, and some might have a different VAT than the 25%. I also need to have the invoices to show the breakdown subtotal plus VAT equals total. Regarding YouTube video import UI, I would like to be able to mark them just as you say, published or as a draft. Also give me the option to assign a learning path immediately, but I also want to be able to edit this later. I should also be able to edit the title and the description that's fetched from YouTube before saving. That sounds good. Also here, let me use what you see is what you get so I can make it look better than you do in a YouTube description. Regarding file stores organization, it should be organized by customer and then project in folders automatically. I do not want to have a version control. So if they upload a new one, I don't want to keep the old one. Keep it simple. I'm not sure what he means with this. Allow you to mark certain files as deliverables versus customer uploads. Okay, let me mark certain files as deliverables versus customer uploads. That sounds like a good plan. Not sure what that means, but okay. Data backup and security. Give this a business critical system with customer data. Given this is okay. Should I set up automatic database backups? Do you need audit logs to change what and when? Who changed what and when? Should customer data be exportable? GDPR compliance. Okay, data backup and security. It sounds like a good idea to have automated database backup. And I also want to have audit logs, who changed what and when. And I should also be able to have this GDPR compliance, both to be able to export the information I have, but also to be self-delete if wanted. This also applies to just followers. If they want to erase their account, they should be able to do so and remove everything. Rich text editor for videos. Should this support code blocks for showing prompts in a formatted way? So regarding point 8, rich text editor and videos, I do not need to be able to show blocks of code. I would like image embedded in the video description. Customer sign-up process. Should customers sign up themselves and create project inquiries, or do you create their accounts and send them login credentials? Regarding number 9, customer sign-up process, I want customers to be able to sign up themselves, but I also want in the backend to be able to create a new customer and then send them out an invitation this way. I also like the request quote from the public site, and that would create a customer inquiry. That sounds fantastic. Regarding this point, I want you to store how long it normally takes for me to answer such an inquiry, and then update on the web page the average time for me to respond to such an inquiry. Sounds nice. Number 10, follower progress analytics. I want to have a comprehensive overview with stats, both on what's clicked the most and what's watched the most and different things. I think you can be really smart and make this a really nice graphical way to show in different ways. But I love to have statistics and understand what people are clicking on and if they are watching it. Average time spent on videos is great. Follower engagement trends over time sounds awesome as well. Maybe other things that you can come up with. Scope confirmation, payment processing. I notice We're generating invoices, but should the system integrate with payment process Stripe, PayPal, Swish for Sweden? Or will customers pay outside of the system and you'll mark invoices as paid manually? Integrated payments. Scope confirmation regarding payment processing. For now, I would like it to be separate. So they will pay outside of the system and I will mark invoices as paid manually. Number 12, customer communication scope. It should be project specific. Most cases, it will just be one project, but it should be project specific. So if you have multiple, you should have that there is a new comment, and you should be able to go to that, but that would be within the specific project, but you should be able to see it straight away. And I would like to be able to attach files to a message. Allow PDF and images only. And skip the message templates for common responses for now. I think this is it. Do you agree? This is the biggest prompt I have ever done. I've not even been close to this. This is crazy. I mean, you're following me, so I guess that's fantastic as well. How long have we been going on for? Can I see that? It's been 40 minutes, and we haven't started doing anything yet. This is like, oh my god, it is crazy. Cost free up to 3,000 emails per month. That sounds great. This sounds great as a start, I think. We can change it to this later, I guess. More code to maintain. I recommend I start with resend. Wait, did I not send this? I'm confused now. What is this? I haven't pressed impl. Okay, I'm confused here. So what happened here? Was this sent or not sent? It doesn't look like it's sent, right? I think this is it. Do you agree? So it was sent. So let me cut this out. Okay. Excellent. Your answers are very comprehensive. Before I finalize the plan, let me discuss the email service option and raise a few final edge cases. Okay. So most cost effective. I don't understand what this happened here. Retry. defaults. Okay, so let's go through this again. No, let's see. Here. I like to go with your recommended for email services, which is resend. Regarding language and localization, it should be both Swedish and English. Your date formats for Sweden, year, month, day, day is correct. Currency format is also great, 25,000, which is 25 space 000 space SEK. Time zone handling, it should be Swedish time zone. When displaying last active or message sent at times. Yes, that sounds good. Make sure that you're showing 1 minute ago, 1 hour ago, 1 day ago, and such, including a date when it's longer. Number 3, average response time calculation. For now, I think we can start with it quite simple, with typically a response within hours or days, depending on what is correct. And you can calculate this on the last month. Or if there's not enough data, there should be at least 10 inquiries. So then it would be longer. Email preference for followers. For now, let's just them get all the notifications. We will change this later when we know more how it will look. Regarding invoice numbering across years, you are correct. I would like it to restart for each year, just like you suggested. Number 6, I think it should be nice to be able to make an account inactive for the customer accounts. Once a project is finished and they don't have an active project, they should be inactive. But if they log in and do a new request, it should become active again. So once they have an account, if they don't erase it and they want to ask for a new quote, they can do so, and that would create a new project if they want to, or they can open the same project if they want changes to the project. They should have the power to do so after logging in, however. Regarding follower profile photos, I think all that you said is correct. Max file size 2 megabytes, auto crop to square sounds reasonable, and have an avatar if they don't upload, one for female and one for male. Regarding number 9, admin notification consolidation, I don't want to get spammed with emails, but there should be some kind of collection time here. I think we can start with 30 minutes. So if there's more than one within 30 minutes, you add them as one email. But if there's only one and 30 minutes passes, then you send me the information. Number 10, YouTube video sync, handling deleted private videos. If a video is deleted from YouTube, I think we keep the data, but mark it as unavailable, because if it doesn't exist, you can't actually view it. So mark it as deleted on YouTube, and then do not show it on the web page. It already gave me all the suggestions here. But we'll write this, okay? Let's see what happens. So we have used 300,000 tokens, and we've been talking for, this is going to be a long video, it's 50 minutes now. But imagine this change. This change is going to be enormous. I think I'm going to have to just let this go and then pause and then go. It's almost 11 o'clock at the end of October. So what I will do is, oh my God, this is crazy big one. Admin panel, core settings and configuration, YouTube API integration, video management, all of those details. Learning platform paths, blah, blah, blah. Customer management and project system. Public website and quota request system. Smart notification messaging system. Invoice generation management system. Follower community and profile management. File storage and organization. Admin content management. Security, compliance, and data management. Oh my God, this plan creates a complete business ecosystem combining 3 major systems: a customer project management and invoice platform, a YouTube integrated learning platform with analytics and foundation for future community features, a system prioritize automation, YouTube sync, invoice integration, smart notification, data organization, project-based file storage. Oh my God. This is a substantial project. To implement this plan, please switch back to build mode using the implement this plan button, or by clicking the plan button again. I cannot proceed with implementation while in plan mode. So remove this and let's go ahead with this plan. Take the time you need to make this Perfect. Okay, we have 18.2 million tokens. Is it going to be enough? My point is not to break this right now, but if this works, then I do have a way to reach out to people and create web pages super duper fast. I'm really scared. It's now 10:59. I will let this go and we'll see how long this takes, and I will put it in pause for you so you don't have to see it going. But let's press enter, and I think we're breaking it, and I think we're using, like, I don't know, 10 million tokens is my guess. What's your guess? Don't watch till the end. Pause the video and tell me your guess on how many tokens it used. It's not that long though, but okay, let's go. Let's go. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock. This video is now 51 minutes long. And all right, I'm back. It's been 13 minutes. I'm a bit confused. It says it's done, but as you can see here, it went through some of them. It jumped over some. Uh, we're gonna have to ask it. You skipped quite a few things to do. Could you tell me why? You skipped quite a few things to do. Could you tell me why? I mean, it's saying the database is done, but change the design a little bit too. But okay, so let's see here. I need to understand what you're referring to. Could you please clarify what specific things? Oh, wrong. Let's zoom out. So we're going to copy this and we're going to put it in. As you can see from the picture, not all of them are completed, but you say database configured and you're done. I'm not sure why. What's going on? Okay, that's really strange. It stopped midway. It says sign up coming soon. Is it waiting for something? And I can click on this. Oh, here we go. What still needs implementation? Learning path creation and drag and drop ordering. Okay, so let's see here. I can see the screenshot now. 19 actions taken. Now I understand the issue. Looking at the screenshot, analyzing the codebase, I can see that while basic page structure has been created, most features are just placeholder UI with no actually functionality implemented. Let me check what specific implementation are missing. What's actually been completed? Database schema, authentication, admin, blah, blah, blah. What's missing? These are grayed out items in your screenshot. Most of the actual implementation work has not been done. The page exists as placeholder. The page exists as placeholder UIs with no real functionality. It appears someone created the basic scaffolding and database structure, but stopped before implementing the actual business logic, API integrations, and full feature functionality. Would you like me to create a comprehensive plan to complete all these plans? I'm in plan mode. Yes, please help me and create a comprehensive plan to complete all these missing implementations. This is weird. It's now been 20 minutes. There's added a little bit of text here, I guess. This plan addresses all 50 incomplete items in the checklist. Implementation follow logic sequence. Foundation first. Okay, let's just implement this plan. So it's blowing up. It's not going to happen. It's going to eat all my tokens. It's not going to work. That's my guess. We're starting over again. This video is close to an hour with a pause of 20 minutes of waiting. Did it fail all of these things? Really? It's creating a lot of text. What is this? Create learning path management drag and drop. I'll build this comprehensive system design. The foundation is solid and ready for you to continue building the remaining features. I don't understand. Anyway, it's done something, it's doing some more. Sign up doesn't do anything yet. It's done some changes, I guess, but yeah. Let's wait and see what's going on. And all right, I'm back. That's another 20 minutes. Again, it hasn't done everything, but it seems like it's the UI that's missing. I just read this before I showed it to you guys, and it seems here it says that UI completion. So it seems that Bolt now is sticking to what you're telling it and is not going crazy like before. So I don't know, we have a sign up here. Oh, sign up. Uh, so here we go with the errors. At least it gave me a proper error message down here. You see that, right? It's giving me database error saving new user. So this is much better than what it did before. It has some kind of error handling, I guess. So I'm just gonna let's do the plan again. Let's do this. And then let's tell it. When I click on the test all feature and run production build, in the end, it seems that the UI is missing for these parts. I'm thinking that you could create this UI and make it work. Let me know if you have any questions before you go ahead and execute this. I know you're in plan mode. Let's see what it says. So again, I guess I can see from the screenshot that you have a comprehensive project plan with many completed features marked with green check marks, and you're concerned that some UI elements are missing when running the production build, particularly related to the test all feature. Not really. Before I create a plan to address this, I need to understand the current state better. Let me ask a few clarifying questions. Which specific UI is missing? Is it? Okay, so let's click it and show it. Uh, It's not UI particularly related to the test all feature. It's just the one I clicked and got the information from. It seems like the information and all of these links are exactly the same. I will paste the information that you have given me before below. So let's see what it's doing. It seems like you need to have lots of conversations now. But we still have 16.3 million tokens. That's better than I thought, to be honest. Now you complete the foundational infrastructure listening, but missing the front end UI components to actually use them. Let me examine the current code base to identify exactly what's missing and create a comprehensive plan. So what did it look at? Read some files. Perfect. Now I have a clear understanding. Let me check a few more key areas to complete my assessment. Okay, perfect. Now I have enough information. Let me create a comprehensive plan based on what I've discovered. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this too much. I mean, I've given so much information now, and it seems like it's handling it and keeping up with the information I've given it. Questions before proceeding. Should the invoice PDF generate arrangement use a specific Swedish invoice template format, or would a professional standard format be sufficient? For the invoice PDF, professional standard format would be sufficient. Maybe I will change it later if needed. Analytics dashboard. Are there specific KPIs or metrics you want to prioritize beyond video views, completion rates, and revenue tracking? For the analytic dashboard, this sounds like a good start. We can start with that and see if I want to change and add something later. Do you want the messaging system to have real-time updates using Bolt database real-time, or is polling acceptable for the MVP? Since it's asking if it's acceptable, I'm assuming this would be easier for it to do. Regarding the messaging system, the polling is acceptable for the MVP. Okay, so we are up to 1 hour, 6 minutes recording, and we have about 40 minutes skip time so far. We used 2.4 million tokens, which is quite a lot. But this is major stuff it's doing here. If it doesn't have any questions now, I'm just going to implement it, and then maybe I'll break for lunch. We'll see how much time this takes. This plan transforms your platform from having excellent backend infrastructure to a fully functional production application. The work focuses entirely on building the UI layer to interact with your existing Bolt database scheme. Each section builds complete CRUD interface using ShadeCN UI. I don't know what that is. React hooks and the established patterns in your code base. The message system will be Bolt database real-time for live updates, providing a modern chat-like experience. All forms will have proper validation, loading states, and error handling for a polished user experience. When you're ready to implement this, click the implement button or toggle back. Let's click the implement button. Here we go. Will this be expensive? I don't know. But we'll zoom out and we will be back. Well, let me just set up what it's going to do. Here we go. So it's much less now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things. Customer management system, project workflow management status. Okay. Okay, we'll look through it later. So see you in a bit. go back here so you can see me. Sorry, guys. No, here. Right, so it's done all of this. Newbie mistake. Signing up still gives this error. But yeah, it hasn't used too many tokens, to be honest. And how can I create a user for myself? It's here. Invalid login credentials. Well, that's correct at least, because I just made something up. So where do we go from here? How do I go back? Okay, that's weird. So we prepared for different language, but it's not doing anything. Well, it's doing something up here, but not the text. Okay, so this is in the history when you're telling it something is not working, right? That's when we started getting problems with the database. So let's see what happens, okay? Let's go to plan mode first. When trying to sign up, I get this error message. Also, is there an admin set up in the database? How do I create the main administrator as myself? And of course, I could use Whisper to do that, but for some reason I didn't. Oh, and by the way, you can't see the error message here. Yeah, the error message is right there. Database error saving new user. And it will help me. So I can see you're getting a database error saving new user error when trying to sign up. Let me investigate the code base to understand the sign-up process and database architecture, then create a plan to fix the issue and help you set up an administrator account. Sounds good to me. We have 15.4 million tokens remaining. So we're using the tokens really fast. However, it now seems that it's doing a lot more. If I can use like 20 million in one day, that's kind of crazy, I guess. But once we get the flow of this, here's the analysis. The sign up error. You're getting database error saving your user because there's a database trigger create profile on sign up that automatically creates a profile when a user sign up. The trigger is trying to insert into the profile table, but there might be an issue with the trigger not executing properly, missing permission or RLS policies, the auth.users tables not being properly configured. Admin setup. Currently, there's no admin user in your database. The default role for new signups is follower, and there's no mechanism to create the first admin user. Plan, fix, verify, fix RLS policy, create initial admin account setup. Add a function to upgrade an existing follower account to admin role. Okay, let's implement this, I guess. Question, clarification, comment. Have you already run the migration files in your Bolt database dashboard? I need to confirm if the trigger create profile on signup is currently installed. Have you already run the migration file? Not that I know of. Do you want me to provide SQL scripts that you can run manually in Bolt database to create your admin account? Or would you prefer a programmatic solution? What email will be used to administrate your account? Okay. Use the email suggested, mikael@readeragain.se. Set the starting password to be admin, small letters, non-capital letters, whatever that means. I'm not sure if I have run the migration files. I will show you from the code base. Oh, nothing worked. That's great. Why do we have Supabase? Oh. I'm trying to figure out. I'm sure I saw it here on Supabase. Let's just do this. For the admin part, please use mikael@readeragain.se and do not give me SQL, do a programmatic solution, but make sure that this cannot be hacked in some way. And I'm not sure if the migration has been run. I haven't run it. Maybe you have before. I don't know. Well, one thing that's cool here, though, is I'm not getting the errors that I used to do in Bolt. So maybe this is working really well. Maybe we should try and make like a super simple web page, like with login and stuff, and make like one good prompt for it and just try this out instead of doing this big startup project, which is that it's a big project. But if it can do this, if Bolt.new can actually do this now, then I am very, very, very happy. So create secure first-time admin setup. Yeah, that sounds good. To be honest, it should have that first time you sign into this, it should ask you for an email for the admin. You send a link for the admin. If you click on it, you accept that you are an admin, and then you get to choose your password. That should be like the proper nice setup step on how we should do it. And once you have the admin, you can log in, and then all the other ones will be just followers or customers, depending on what they're choosing. I guess something like that. I'm not sure. So I'm not going to read this. I'm just going to implement the plan and pray to God that it works. So we are now 12 minutes past 12. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes into the video. We've skipped 40 minutes, and let's say 10 past for knowing when we come back. So it's thinking, and here we go. Okay, it's been about 4 minutes, so this was quite quick. It's not done yet, but it's on the last page here. Building project and checking for errors. So it has done some SQL stuff. It's building the project and checking for errors. So maybe finding some errors and then fixing it themselves, I assume. To be honest, I would say Claude version 2 is a dream compared to the other one. I mean, we are using quite a bit of tokens, of course, but this is at least acceptable. Plan completed. It's telling you what it fixed. You need to complete setup before. Okay, wait, let's see. Go to Bolt Dashboard, Project Settings API. Copy the service role key, not the anon key. Update your env file with and replace your service role key here with the actual service role key. Try signing up again. And enter setup token. Ah, okay. So it gave me a specific token. Okay, so let's see here. Let me do this. 14.7 million tokens left. Okay, so we're saving this, so we have it. Hide it behind myself. And what I need to do, go to Bolt Database Dashboard. Bolt Database Dashboard. Advanced. Go to your Bolt Database Dashboard. Bolt Database Dashboard. Project Settings API. Project Settings API. Not following at all. Let's jump out. Where is my cutout? Move to another screen. No. Okay, I'm going to pause this because I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm not getting it. I will show you once I understand. Hang on. All right, I'm down a rabbit hole here. I'm trying to figure out this key it was asking for. I don't think it's really asking for the key. It doesn't need it. I'm not sure what's going on. It's still asking for your service role key. So I'm not sure what I'm doing, and it feels like a rabbit hole. So therefore, I'm not really recording it, I guess. Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. All right, I'm not sure if this is related, but if you go to the database and you look at the security audit, you have some warnings. So I'm just going to ask Bolt to fix this and see what happens and see if this is something to do with this key that is asking for. It should have it by itself because it is within itself. Doesn't make any sense to me. So, well, it's becoming quite technical. This should be vibe coding, and it seems that Bolt needs to work hard on solving this. It should put this information into its own training somehow so it knows how to fix this and how it works. Because now I'm using my tokens to try and fix something that should be working by itself. Oh, and I'm not in plan mode. That doesn't matter. I'm not supposed to be in plan mode. I clicked to fix it. The frustration is still real. I mean, it's much better than before, but there's still things missing. So it keeps on telling me to go to Supabase, but if I'm clicking the link to Supabase, it's just telling me it doesn't exist. It gets to the other projects here, you know. Do I have the link still? No, it's not in there. Okay, but yeah, it's very, very, very strange. Does not make sense to me because the database is here, so it's managed to create all this stuff. So if it can create the tables, that means it can do what it should be able to do. So this error in getting the key for it doesn't make any sense. And that's me, old me programmer talking. So how would you know this if you don't know how to code or anything? So fix some index, RLS policy optimization. That's good. That could be a reason for this not working. Just used 200,000 tokens, I guess. But let's see what we can do if something is working now. So I guess let's just refresh this. Let's remove this and just, yeah, we'll go back here, go to sign up. Something's happening. Success. Check your email for the confirmation. Okay, so it's good that I went back to basics. So I need to open my email. I'll do that somewhere else. See if this actually works. It's sending an email to me. Probably not. Wouldn't count on it. No, but I haven't set up recent, so that could be the reason. And now I deleted something I didn't want to delete here. Okay, it doesn't matter. That was this crap. Okay, so um, I guess setting up resend is the next thing. Can I sign in? Yes, no, no, yes. Do we have any users here somewhere? Profiles, one row. Yeah, that's me. Okay. Can I edit this? So it created a user. That's a great start. I'm looking, I'm thinking, I'm reading. So next thing is to set up resend. So let me go and see how that looks. So we should have, why can't I? Sorry. Okay, let's go back here. So resend. No, I want to go to the code, and then we should go to resend API key. Yes, okay. So I will pause it, I will enter the key here, and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I've pasted the recent API key in, but I also see the one type setup token creating first administrator, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so maybe that's something. But now I added a recent here, and let's see what happens if I try and sign up again. Sign up. Great. Already exists. User already registered. Okay. So I hadn't set up resend with the API key, and I signed up, and my user got created in the database, but of course I didn't receive the email. So if you're trying to sign up again, and the user already exists, but the user hasn't been verified, it should send out a new email again. And also, if I try and log in with this user and it hasn't been verified, it should ask me to verify it. Can you check this code and see the logics behind this and see the best approach to fix this so it will work? So it seems Bolt is not breaking things now, which it did before. It just broke things. It's not fast. I guess I have to say that. It isn't. I mean, it's taking some time. But comparing me building this, I don't know. It's just a huge difference. So far, it hasn't. But I don't really get this super-based migration. Is it because if I want to later, I can change it to super-base? If this isn't enough, maybe. Also, it's checking if email is required. That's good. After your single user and profile table, there's no current logic to check if a user is verified before allowing logging. I asked it to do that. There's no mechanism to resend verification emails when trying to. Both database auth has been built-in email verification, but your code doesn't leverage it. The sign-up function in auth context doesn't handle the case where a user already exists but isn't verified. The sign-in function doesn't check if the user email is verified. There's no way to trigger a resend of verification email. There's no way to trigger. Okay. Bolt database email configured at field isn't being checked. Do you want users to be automatically logged in after clicking the verification link in their email, or should they need to return to the login page? Should we add a rate limit or cooldown period for resending verification emails to prevent abuse? Would you like to add a dedicated verify email page that users see after signing up with a prominent resend button, or keep the verification flow minimal? Okay, so let's answer these questions. After clicking the verification link, you should go straight to being logged in. This should be a one-time use link only. There should be some rate limit or cooldown period for resending verification emails. I think it should be exponential, so resend once is okay, resend twice, you're adding time. Third or fifth time, it's 5 minutes or something. And then it should warn you and say, you please wait, can't resend again. And every time you do a resend, you just increase the time in some reasonable way that is logic to you that I don't really get. I'm sure you can make this up in the best way. I do not want a specific dedicated verify email page. I want it to be when you sign up, you send out the email. If you haven't verified it and you try and sign up again with the same email, resend the verification link. If you're trying to sign in and you haven't verified your email, please give a note that it hasn't been verified and that they should check their email and click on the link there. So I'm thinking through everything in my head. I'm just writing it as I go. This feels like proper vibe coding. I'm not thinking too much about my prompts. I'm more just thinking about the logics and saying it out loud. So using Whisper for this is fantastic because, well, as you can see, it's very easy to just talk out loud. And you see, this is the extension of what it's doing here is like amazing. I'm saying this little text, it's reorganizing it. So implementation flow summary. When a user signs up, they receive a verification email with a one-time link. If they try to sign up again with the same unverified email, the system checks the rate limit and either resends the email or show a wait message. If they try to log in without verifying, they're blocked with instructions to check their email with an option resend button, also rate limited. When they click the verification link, they're automatically logged in and redirected to the dashboard, and the rate limit records are cleaned up. Sounds good. The Potential backoff ensures abuse prevention while bringing user-friendly. Okay, sounds great. Implement this plan. So we're down to 14 million tokens. So we used 4.6 million tokens so far. It's quite a lot for a day's work. But then again, we're up to 1 hour and 40 minutes of recording. And I think we have about kind of a lot of downtime behind the scenes. So maybe 3 hours has gone total of this recording. But it does feel like vibe coding now, I must say. I'm saying things, I'm just throwing them out there. I haven't really got a hang of how Bolt version 2 works. But to be honest, it seems like it's working, which is fantastic. So I'm really excited. I'm really excited. If you're following along this really long videos, I'm so impressed by you. It's it's amazing. It really is amazing. What can I say? I think trying to do some really small projects, creating some simple web pages, maybe just a landing page for this. You know, you're supposed to create this funneling and things. I also get, for my security work, I'm getting lots of emails saying they want my expertise, and they're paying like, I don't know, 2,000 kroner per hour. I haven't been doing it. I've done it like once, I think, or twice. Maybe I should set up that within this. I'm not sure how. The money I make there could be company money that goes here so I can buy tokens. I haven't created the company for this yet, but then again, I'm just starting. But if this actually works now that you can create things here, like proper create things, then that's amazing. And then I think we're ready to start going. Really, vibe coding might actually work now. It might actually work. It's almost done. It's doing this translation stuff. It's funny because everything is not in translation, and not everything is put away from mockup to being in the database either. So we'll see how that goes. Because if we go back to, I can't do anything now. I just have to wait. So what is it doing? Create database migration, email verification utility function with rate limit logic. I mean, this is some quite advanced stuff it's doing. If it's doing this and it's actually working, it will be very interesting once we can log in now and see what's going on and see the whole web page. I mean, now we're just seeing the front end. We're not seeing the back end where all the logics exist, if it exists. I was really scared to add a database. Oh, I haven't added the API key for the YouTube either. How's that going to work? Shouldn't that be in the env file as well? I think I might have said too many big things. I think I should have kept it to like smaller things to create. If this takes this long, I'm just wondering what it did on the other time. I mean, it took 20 minutes. So now it will explain what it done with implementation. We should be able to redo this, right? Sign up. User already registered. So I've implemented a comprehensive email verification system with the following features. Database layer. Okay, so maybe now it's refreshed. It has to have a password. Verification email sent. A verification email has been sent to your inbox. Please check your email and click the verification link. Did it actually work? Did it work? No. Translation support, user experience flow, sign up, blah, 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 build status, spread, build successfully, no errors. The implementation is ready to use once you configure resend API key in the env file. Check the email verification implementation MD for complete documentation and testing guidance. Okay, open this. Nope. What's it called? Email. One minute wait, 3, 5, 10 minute wait. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pause. I'm going to go to resend and see if it can see that it has tried to send an email. Maybe we need to double check how that logic works. So give me a sec. All right, I'm back. So I haven't really figured anything out. I can't see that resend has used anything. So, and the API key is here already, so that works. When signing up, I did not receive an email as expected. It said it sent an email. Does the API to resend have some verification of receiving an email and sending the email out? And can we implement that so if there is a problem with the resend API, the user signing up gets a feedback that something went wrong and some details on what went wrong? It's very key that we're using this planning and not just doing things. It seems to be a very important step, I think. But it used 600,000 tokens to just do this extra setup to see if it has more tables than before. Business settings 1, system settings 1, session activity 14. Interesting. I'm assuming this is me doing stuff. Page views. Ooh, interesting. Tables. Profiles 1, that's me. Email verification attempts 1. Ooh, this is building some big stuff here. What is this? I'll investigate emails. Now let me see if there's an API route for verification emails. Let's check recent documentation structure. I found that. The current sign-up flow uses Bolt database auth sign-up, which sends verification email automatically through Bolt database. Okay. When resending emails, the system uses Bolt database auth resend API. There's a separate resend API client configured for custom email sending used in other parts of the app. The resend API returns a response with either success containing an email ID or error details. Currently, the sign-up flow doesn't verify if Bolt database successfully sent the email, it just assumes success. Bolt database auth sign-up and auth resend methods don't provide detailed delivery confirmation. The front end shows check your email if the email sending the front end shows check your email even if the email sending failed. No error details are captured or shown to users when email verifies. Evaluate whether to continue using Bolt's database built-in service or migrate verification emails to resend API. Document the trade-offs. Bolt database integration is simpler but provides less visibility. Resend provides detailed error responses. Create configuration flag to switch between email providers if needed. This route will handle sending verification emails with proper error handling and response. Yes, I definitely want that. So I'm going with resend to do it. It's so many emails I get for free. Enhance the existing send email TS utility to capture and return resend detail response. Add error phrasing, blah, blah, blah. Log email sending attempts, results, database for table monitoring. Sounds good. Enhanced error handling and sign-up flow. User feedback interface. Database schema for email tracking. Monitoring and alert setup. Create database views to track email delivery success rates. Testing and validation. Would you prefer to migrate? Okay, so please migrate to resend exclusively. For the admin monitor, I would like to have both. I want to have an overview with just counts and percentages, but I want to be able to drill down individually. And if it's a single one that's failing with emails all the time, it should be indicated that it might be something wrong with that email or something like that. No, let's skip the last part here. that we can do later. Only allow manual retry with the resend verification email button. I mean, this is fun. I really do like this. Not that we have done any real progress for 2 hours recording, or maybe we have. But so far, it doesn't seem like it's breaking something when it's doing something, which is amazing compared to before. But we're eating tokens. We're eating tokens like crazy. I guess I'm going to have to update this plan to a bigger plan. But if this can make me money, it doesn't really matter. Yeah. So this plan completely migrates. I'm not going to read all of this, just a summary. This plan completely migrates verification emails from Bolt Dash database built-in system to resend, giving you full control and visibility over email delivery. The system will capture every aspect of email sending, from successful delivery to detailed error information. The admin dashboard provides both high-level metrics for quick assessment and detailed drill-down capabilities for investigation specific issues. Users receive clear, actionable feedback when email fail, and the manual retry system ensures they can resolve issues without creating support tickets. Let's implement it. And this time, I'll let you pause. See you in a sec. And we are back. It just finished. So let's see, what did it do? It did a lot. It's completed. The system now provides completely visibility into email delivery, capturing success, failure status, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's try it. So sign up. I'm going to say it's not working. Account already says this email already exists. Please check your inbox for verification email or use the resend option. Where's the resend option? Maybe here. You have been signed in successfully. It still says sign up here. Just try that. I don't know. You have been signed in successfully. Okay. So how do I sign out? It does nothing. So admin analytics. Should we try that? When I sign in, it says I'm successfully signed in. In the top, it still says I can sign up. It should tell me I can log out. And I should have different options to access the back end when I'm logged in. And did it send an email? Don't think so. Don't think so. No. So now I'm going a bit all over the place here. I'm asking it to check something else because I want to be logged in. I want to see what happens. I'm curious, like I'm sure all of you are. But maybe I should just stay on this email issue because now we're not going to complete the email thing. And we're eating up our tokens. Okay, let's wait with this. Let's go back to the email. When I tried to sign up with my email that already exists, it gives me a red warning saying the email already exists and try to resend whatever. However, there is no button for resend or no option to resend. There should be an option to resend the email. Then I went to log in. When I logged in, it worked. It let me log in even though I haven't verified my email address. Is this because my user already exists before we implemented this, or what's going on? So it's making big things from everything. My lunch is ready, even though it's 2 o'clock. All right, so I gotta go. I'll be back in a second. I'm giving it another 2 minutes. I checked my pizza. Um, no, 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 no. Now it's starting to do this stuff it's not supposed to do here. I used Mikael at rydergren.se. Doing Swedish? I used Remember, we are using resend for email verification, nothing else. Everything should go through resend. We're not using any built-in functions from Bolt. There's my pizza again. Ah, late lunch. It's almost 2:30 now. Let's see. So I used this email to sign up earlier. Earlier. Can't even spell. Earlier. I don't want it to use anything but resend, so not Bolt. And what other question did it have? All users, including old, that hasn't been verified, should be verified. Make this process simple. So if you sign in and you're not verified, please show a button where they can resend to verify email. If you're signing up for the first time and you already exist in the database, do the same. Say that you already exist and that you can send a verification email. Unless they're already verified, then just move them to the sign in page. Okay, so this is in plan mode still first, and I got myself a Coke. Coke and pizza. Yeah, sounds like a coder, right? But this is giving me some ideas, though. I'm eating up the tokens. We're soon down to 10 million tokens in one day, but this is giving me some ideas. I think I will probably pause this project, depending on how it goes, and then start to do some smaller, quite simple projects that will go from start to finish. So we could do something that takes, say, 30 minutes of me talking, and then the computer doing stuff in the background, I guess. And that should go from nothing to having a made web page for something. Okay. So let's see what it comes up with here. This plan creates a simple and unified email verification experience using resend exclusively. The key improvements are: one, additional resend functionality. Okay, let's just implement. So it's doing too many things and I'm becoming lazy. I think this could be a problem when you're not lazy and you're reading everything and you're making sure what it's doing is actually what you want it to do. You're doing better things and you're seeing the errors that it might create. You can see if it's about to hallucinate. If you're doing the planning and you're reading through it. Now, I've been sitting here for, I don't know, I think it's like 5 hours off and on in total now. and you have about 2 hours, 10 minutes recorded. So, and see here, this is not what I said. Create SQL migration to mark all existing users as verified. I didn't say that. I said I want all of them to go through the process to verify. So this is incorrect, but okay. Now it's testing. Okay, so this will be interesting to see. I mean, I really want to see the email working with the API to resend and see if it's possible. Do I still have my email app? I do. So I can check that on the side, I guess. And it's not done yet. It's building the project. I assume this will be a way too long email for anyone to watch. If you watched it so far, or you jumping ahead and skipping things and getting to this point, well, thanks anyway. Awesome. This was supposed to be a quite simple web page, but I do have a dream of it to be quite complex, and this is a bit of my problem. I want to build like crazy, advanced, fantastic things. And when I'm learning, I shouldn't do that. I'm just eating up the tokens. And what I should do is aim small. And now it's saying it's done. So I should be able to test the whole flow now. Sign up. This email already registered but not verified. Account already exists. This email is already registered but not verified. Please click the button below to resend the verification email. Okay, resend. Account not found. No account found with this email address. What? Do I get an email? Okay, we'll go here instead. Sign in. You have been successfully signed in successfully. Okay. Can we see how this looks? Attempt count 1. Okay. And profiles, 1 row. ID role follower. That's wrong. Should be admin. Can I edit this one? I can. Avatar URL. Okay. Well, I'll change myself to be an admin now. What happens then? Dashboard? No. Okay, so when a user logs in, they should go to their dashboard. If they are administrator, they should go to administrator dashboard. If they are a follower, they should go to the followers dashboard. And if they are a customer, they should go to the customer dashboard. Also, if you are logged in, you should not be able to sign up like it is in the top right corner next to the language setting in the menu. It should be showing your logged in name and a possibility to log out. And clicking the logout button should log you out and give you the option to log in again. So we'll do a plan for that and we will see what happens. I mean, now we're moving things forward. I think there is lots of stuff behind here that exists and are working, but not really working. So now we're trying to fix the smaller details here. And it would be really great if we can just, before I give up here, I really want to be able to see that we can log in and do some kind of proper progress here. We haven't got emails to work still, or maybe we have. I could try and sign up with a different user, I guess. Maybe we'll do that next. I'll try with my son's email and see if that works. It's just an alias. It goes to me anyway. It's the same thing. Or I can just use the plus sign in my email. That works too. Follower dashboard, customer dashboard. Customer, follower. Yeah, shared one. Authentication, flow updates, navigation component enhancement, middleware root protection. Extend middleware config to include customer and follower root patterns. Sounds right. Okay, it's the slash stuff. Post login redirect logic. So do I have an admin dashboard? Admin dashboard? No. Okay. So let's just try and go ahead and implement this, and I will not let you wait. So I see you in a sec. And we're back. So let's see here. Let's just try. Where do we go? Oh, I'm logged in as me. Dashboard. So let's sign up and then sign in. It says I'm signed in. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. So we could try and log out then, I guess. Log out. You have signed in successfully, but it's loading. Seems stuck to me. And then I'm logged in. But am I logged in? Random email, random password. No, that's incorrect. Invalid login credentials. Okay. So the login is actually working. If I try and log in the bottom right, it says success. You have been signed in successfully. However, the sign-in page, it says loading, and it's just keep on rolling, loading forever. If I refresh the page, it looks like I'm logged in because I can see my name in the top corner and the option drop down with the logout button. However, if I go to the dashboard, I go to the login page again. Can you please have a look at this and fix it? So make sure, first of all, I'm properly logged in. It feels like maybe I'm half logged in or something. Please advise, how would you fix it and what is wrong? It's planning mode, right? It's planning mode. Yeah, soon we used 10 million tokens. Well, that's how it goes, I guess. And so it's also thinking this half logged in state that I'm guessing it is. It's checking, reading, searched. Several critical issues causing your half logged in state. Root cause, client side, Bolt database instance mismatch. The app uses two different Bolt database clients implementation. Oh, so it was a half login. Ha! I knew it. My instincts for finding problems are strong. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Implement a small delay to ensure session cookies are properly set in the browser. Seems like a plan. Authentication, context synchronization, middleware session handling, dashboard protection enhancement. Add loading states on dashboard page while authentication being verified. The core issue is a session synchronization problem between different parts of your application. The login important and okay. Implement. And you will go to pause again. And we are back for the final touches. Your logging was succeeding on the server, but the session wasn't properly synchronized between your clients. Okay, so let's see. Sign up. Sign up. No, should be sign in as well. Okay. You have been signed in successfully. but now it's not working at all. I'm confused. I sign in, it says I'm signed in, but now I have the sign up button in the top right corner and I don't have an option to sign out. So something is still very wrong. Can you please check what's going on here? And now I'm down to 10 million tokens in a second. So now it's starting to do this hallucination stuff. It can't really figure out what's going on. It seems to be fixing things each time though, but it's costing a lot of tokens. So let's see what happens. Okay, I'm back. So it's been thinking a bit. So I'm reading the text here. Maybe I should have waited. Based on my analysis of your authentication code, I've identified the core issues causing the sign in, sign up button confusion and sign out problems. So in my world, you sign in, it's verified, you update the verification and you send them to the right page. What is this mismatch? It doesn't make sense to me. The navigation component displays the sign up button when either user or profile is null. Line 77 and 106 in navigation. The problem is, after sign-in, the Bolt database session is established immediately, but the profile data fetch happens asynchronously afterwards. There's a brief window where user exists, but profile is still null. During this window, the UI shows sign up instead of the user dropdown. But if I refresh the page, I should still be signed in. If what you're saying is true, that you are first, the user exists, but the profile is still null, then if I refresh the page, it should fix itself, but it's not. Am I thinking incorrectly here? So let's see what it's doing and what it's saying. I'll pause it for a second. Okay, so we're back. It's interesting here because, let's see. Excellent. Now I understand the complete picture. You're absolutely right to question my initial assessment. Let me create a comprehensive plan to diagnose and fix the actual root cause. So I'm a bit upset that you need to question it so hard. How would a normal person know this? Based on your observation that refreshing doesn't fix the problem, this indicates that the profile is not being created in the database at all, or the profile exists, but the fetch is failing sincerely. Or there's a mismatch between the auth user ID and the profile ID. The database has a trigger that should automatically create a profile when a user signs up. No. Okay, so we need to do this again. No. I think you're misinformed again, because this is a user that actually exists already. And before you made some fixes to show me the dashboard, I could log in and I could actually see the drop down to log out. But now it doesn't seem to work anymore. So you have changed something that worked before when trying to redirect me to the dashboard as you were supposed to. So look at this as a person who is not signing up, but actually signing in. So you sign in, it tells me with a note in the bottom right corner that I successfully logged in. However, I'm not being moved to the dashboard, and I still see the sign up in the top right, where I before could see the drop down to log out and go to the dashboard. I think I'm giving it too much instructions. But I mean, we're back to doing this before you got the error message, and the error message was just fix it, fix it, fix it. Now it's, I'm not sure if it's spending more tokens. Maybe it is. So you're absolutely right. Apologize for going down the wrong path. This is about a working user who used to be able to see the drop down and sign out, but now after changes to the dashboard redirect logic, something broke. Let me investigate what changed in the login flow that's causing the registration. Let me look at the login form more carefully, specifically at what happened after successful login. I mean, for a coder, this is simple stuff. So I don't understand why it broke it. It was working and it broke it. So is it starting to do this crap all over again? It's better than before, that's for sure. We're coming further. But it's doing the hallucination a little bit. I see the problem. It looks line 60, 76 to 88. After successful sign-in, shows success toast, waits 500 milliseconds, calls router refresh, waits 100 milliseconds. So 0.6 seconds, gets dashboard root, pushes to dashboard. But there's an issue. Router push dashboard root is redirecting you away from the home page, but the auth context hasn't finished updating yet. The navigation component is still rendering with the old state, no user profile. Let me check. Get dashboard root might be, let me check what might be returning. Found it. Looks at line 38 and 46. Profile, role, return, return, dashboard. Okay. If the profile doesn't load or doesn't have a role, it returns the home page. So you're signing in successfully, but then being redirected right back to the home page where the auth context hasn't updated yet. So you see the sign up button again. The issue is you sign in successfully. The code tries to get your profile to determine which dashboard to redirect you to. The profile fetch is failing or returning null, no role. So it redirects you to homepage instead of your dashboard. The homepage navigation component hasn't received the updated auth state yet. So you see sign up instead of your user dropdown. Plan to fix it. Okay. I'm not getting it. You log in, state should change to that you are logged in as something. Whatever you do after that should be stored. We'll just try and implement it and see what happens. Okay, we're back. It's giving me some feedback on what it's done. What I'm thinking is the next time I will try and do this, I will ask it to really go through this and make it thorough and make it a proper way to how to handle these things. So I will just try and see what happens here when I'm signing in. I want the option to be able to sign in when I'm doing that as well. That's not better. That didn't work very well. I need you to fix this, and I need you to think properly this time. Go through and take all the time that you need to make sure that you're doing this in the proper way. A sign-in should be very simple. You're setting a session that I'm logged in and who I'm logged in as and what my profile is. So this should not change. Make sure it's just a session, and the session is I am logged in, who I'm logged in as, and what am I right to do? Like, am I an admin? Am I a follower? This should be in a session cookie probably. If that's secure, I'm not sure what best practice is, but it should be very simple. When that's done, redirect me to the dashboard that I'm supposed to go to, make sure I'm authorized to be at that dashboard. If I'm not authorized to be there, if I'm just typing in the link, you redirect me to the home page and you tell me it was unauthorized to be there or some other error that I don't have access to this page with these credentials or something similar. So I'm being very critical here, telling it exactly what I want it to do. It doesn't really make sense. You log in, you set a session cookie, the redirects and stuff. If you redirect me to a page where I'm not authorized, it should just show me a page not authorized. Why would it do some weird redirects forth and back and stuff? I'm really not getting it. I'm thinking how I build it. When I'm building it, if I do a login, do the login, you set the session to be logged in, who you're logged in as, what your rights are. Maybe it's different tokens, doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any sense to me what it's doing. So I need to examine your current authentication implementation, understand what's going wrong, and create a proper plan to fix it. Yeah. So something called hyper something. Now I understand the issue. Let me examine what's happening when the user logs in and check the database schema to understand the session management better. Perfect. Now I have a complete understanding of the authentication system. Let me create a comprehensive plan to fix authentication. Based on my analysis, I can see the current system and several issues. The error failed to load user profile suggests that the profile isn't being fetched properly after logging. Multiple database queries are being made to fetch the profile instead of storing it in a session. So why am I knowing what it's supposed to do and not itself? No proper authorization checks on the dashboard pages themselves. The middleware checks authorization, but dashboard pages doesn't verify independently. That's stupid. So if I just write in the correct path, it would let me be there. Normally, in the beginning of the code for each page, I have a login, right? A verification. Verify that this person is logged in, right? Is this person logged in? Do they have access to be here? Very simple. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. If not, throw them back to the home page or throw them to the login page, right? If they are logged in and they're not authorized to be there, just show them a page. You don't have access to this page. Like if you're trying to type in the full path because you know it. But here it seems like it made a route where I can, if I know the path, I can write it in and I would just bypass it, because the check is, am I allowed to click on this link to go there? Not if I'm allowed to be there. That really doesn't make sense. Secure cookie-based session with proper, okay. This should be done from the beginning. So it's not really doing secure stuff in the beginning then, I guess. I will just implement this. Yeah. I don't really care what it's saying now, but do you need to instruct it to use best practices all the time? Shouldn't it do it automatically? I'm thinking. Anyway, let it work. Let it do its thing. So now we're building the project, so we're getting close. I guess I've used like 8 million something tokens, which is quite a lot, I guess. And it's hard to know exactly how much things we have in the back end. I mean, we can look at the code, I guess. But we don't know how much of all of this that is broken, that is not. Customer ID. Invoices. Settings, setup, videos. API. Authentication, recent verification email, send verification email, verify email. Why do I have two auth? Okay, callback and login, sign up, customer, customers, customer. Oh, here I can see the customers probably. Interesting. Here is a follower. Plan completed. Thinking. Authentication and authorization have been fixed. The system now properly manages sessions and redirects users to their role-specific dashboard. Do we believe that? Sorry, not really. I don't really believe it, but we can try. says account already exists. Please click the button below, but it's not below. Recent verification email, account not found. There is something going on here. Is it using Bolt authentication somehow, but still not using Bolt authentication? What is it saying it's done? Remove duplicate profile fetching. The form now uses the profile returned directly from the sign-in function to determine. Created authentication hook, a new authorization hook. Added authorization guards. Now verify the user has the correct role before displaying content. Enhance middleware. Bolt database manages the session in secure HTTP only cookies containing. On login, the user profile, including role, is fetched and stored in the auth context. Users are redirected to the role-specific dashboard based on their profile. Each dashboard page independently verified authorization using the hook. Middleware provides additional security layer preventing unauthorized access. Clear error message appears when user tried to use but it's not working. It's still not working. It's still not working. Profile error. File to load user profile. Please try again. This does not make any sense to me. What is going on? Why is it not working? Plan mode. Now we are under 10 million tokens. Oh. We're under 10 million tokens. So we haven't used 10 million tokens yet. At least that's something. But hey, come on. This is getting really frustrating. Checking the database to see what's going on with my profile. I'm an admin. Language English. Avatar none. Gender none. Is active true. So maybe doing some security stuff. I don't really understand here. So the RLS policies require that the auth UID matches the profile ID. So why wouldn't it do that? Now let me also add a session refresh to ensure the cookie is properly set before fetching the profile. Oh, I went live on it. This isn't planning. Oops, I went live straight away. That might be bad. Or maybe that's a good thing. At this point, who knows? I'm up to 3 hours in this video, and I still haven't managed to do it. I really, really, really want to show this off. I really want this to be done. I could probably sit here another 8 hours, to be honest. But I do need to go and fix some stuff as well. I have some cardboard I need to throw out. Need some cleaning up to do. Mm. Nope. So it's telling me to log in and then try and see what's happening here. Mm. Please try logging in again and check your browser's console. Let's refresh this whole thing so it's empty. I didn't have to do it that way. Oh well, I guess this will work. We'll clear this one before we log in. It's loading everything. A network issue. Thinks it could be a network issue. Okay, so how do I clear this? Yeah, clear. So I'll copy the console. I pasted the console from the time I pressed sign up, then clicked to sign in instead, trying to sign in, and this is what happened. Again, I'm not using plan mode. I'm going live. I guess I'm getting tired. Is it a bad thing or a good thing? The session is not being set in the client even after successful sign-in. This is a known issue with the Supabase auth helpers next.js package. Supabase. I'm not using Supabase. Stop. Cancel this message. Please note I'm not using Supabase. I'm using Bolt database. Okay, sorry for the silence. My head is going everywhere here. I'm trying to understand what is going on and why it's doing what it's doing. So it was starting to write things I didn't want it to do. Now we're going to plan mode instead. And we're telling it we're not using Supabase. For some reason, it kept on saying we're using Supabase, and I can see in the code that there is stuff for Supabase, and I don't understand why. I have not asked for this. Doesn't make any sense. Supabase. Is Bolt version 2 the database? Is it a Supabase database? I'm not getting it. I mean, it's Supabase all over the place. Okay, this is going crazy here. Let me check with the database trigger. That should create a profile automatically. Perfect. Now I understand the issue. Let me check one more thing. Now let me understand the complete picture. Let me check the middleware and calibrate handler. Perfect. Now I have a complete understanding of the issue. Let me create a comprehensive plan fix. Based on the console log, I identified that the core problem is that when a user signs in, the profile is not being found in the database, even though the user exists in Bolt database, auth.users. This is causing repeated profile fetch failure and ultimately preventing logging. Here's the plan to resolve it. Database trigger and profile creation issue. Verify that the database trigger create profile on signup is properly installed and functioning. Check if existing user login have a corresponding profile record in the profiles table. Retrieving the RLS process, session management and cookie issues. Okay, so let's go from the plan mode. I need you to take all the time you need to make sure that this is now being fixed and correct. There should be no issues, no problems, and the login of authentication, if you have to rebuild it from scratch, you do so. Make sure that this has best practices and fail-proof when it comes to functionality. You are an expert. You know this. This is something very easy for you to fix. Do it properly, do it right, use all the time you need. Go. I'll systematically diagnose and fix the authentication issues. Let me start by checking the current state of the database and authentication system. So I think this is us zooming out again. All right, I really hope this is the last one now. That one took forever. I don't know how long this took, but maybe 15 minutes. it was staying here for a very long, no, here for a very long time, finding errors, going over and forth and back and forth and back. There's a summary for it. I completely rebuilt your authentication system from the ground up with production-ready best practices. The issue wasn't with your database or RLS policies. Everything there was perfect. The problem was with how the bulk database client was initialized and managing sessions. So this cost 1.2 million tokens. I sure hope this works. Nothing works now. Okay, that one works. So maybe it works. It was just slow. Okay. Strange. That was weird. Anyway. Let's see. No! Please contact support if this persists. It's trolling me. It's trolling me. What's going on? You can't see the users here, so I'm not sure how this works. I'm really not getting this. I mean, it seems like it's set up to use this, but I don't really want it to use it. I'm not sure. Yeah, before when I was looking at the security audit and it looked like this, warnings, I will just ask it to fix it. I'm just asking it to fix it. We'll see what happens. So just give it a second, yeah. Okay. Is this working? Yes. I deleted my profile in the database. There is no profiles in the database. So when I go to sign up, for some reason it says that I already exist. This does not make any sense. I only want to use my own database, and I only want to use resend for emails. I do not want to use any built-in functions by Bolt to handle authentication. I want this to be built completely separate. Can you check if that's the case? If not, please give me a good plan for how to solve this. This is causing lots of issues for me when signing in and signing up. I want to be in full control by myself without built-in functions that are out of my scope of checking, validating, or error handling. It seems like I'm going to use all my tokens in one day. 20 million tokens almost. This is plan stage, and let me check it. Okay, so this is going to take some time, I guess. And this is going to explain to me the problem. So I'll be back in a second, I guess. All right, so to use this built-in stuff, maybe it's a good thing, but I have no control of it. I don't understand what's going on, and it seems like this doesn't do it either. Your current system is heavily integrated with Bolt database built-in authentication. To achieve full control, you need to replace Superbase auth calls with custom implementation that manages. I mean, I want to do this. I don't want this, but we're eating up all the tokens. So I'm going to search online, watch a video about using the built-in authentication and stuff, and see if this is a plan. But as soon as you're having an issue creating the first user, and then how do you delete a user properly? You need to have this first admin set up. I don't know, but this is getting crazy. I think with 3 hours, yeah, 3 to 15, it will going to be a 3.5 hour video. I guess it's going to be insane. Anyway, thanks for watching if you are, and if you're not, I understand. I'll be back. All right, it's getting closer to being finished. It's now 4:10. Time is flying. Let's just say the plan is completed. Quick reference guide, custom auth implementation. Custom auth implementation. Custom auth implementation. Am I blind? So there's a hash for the emails. That's good. Brute force protection with account locking. Email verification via reason only. Complete sign up, signing, sign out API route. The original problem solved. Okay. Oh, now we're back to lower gold bolts. What's this error and how can you fix it? Woohoo! Module not found. Okay, creating a plan to fix it. The project has all the shadcn UI dependencies installed, but the actual UI component file are missing from the components UI directory. Okay, just go ahead and fix it, I guess. It says, summary, the error occurs because your navigation component is trying to import components that haven't been created yet. Even though all the underlying Radix UI packages are installed, requires wrapper component files that provide styling and variants using class variable authority and Tailwind CSS. Once these component files are created in components UI, the build error will be resolved and your navigation component work correctly. To implement this plan, please proceed. Okay, I just want to see this work and see what's going on. Sorry, guys. One moment. Rebuild with more memory? We're getting closer, but it's clearing cache, but now it needs more memory? What happened to the project? It became so big? Doesn't make sense. It's a bit confusing. Minification disabled? Oh, it seems like it's getting lots of problems here. All right, it's stuck in this rebuild for a long time now. But let it keep on going. I'm keeping an eye on it. Oh, and 6.3 million tokens remaining. We'll see what happens after this. I'm eating all my tokens in one day. 20 million. I'm not really getting anywhere for it, at least not what I can see. And we are done. And it looks even better. Oh my, oh my, oh my. That didn't work very well. Server error. Can you solve this as well? That didn't go very well. Some serious error. Can you solve this as well? So that was 500,000 tokens for a new error. My God. In 3 minutes, it's 4:30. Just saying. So it's stating it already find the error. It's on line 6, where it says import button from company, blah, blah, blah. But the error message shows it's trying to resolve with a capital B. Let me search for files that might have this typo. The imports look correct. Perfect. I've identified the issue. Build cache issue. This is a classic Next.js module resolution error where the build system is having trouble finding components despite them existing in the correct locations. The fix involves clearing build caches, ensuring consistent file naming, all lowercase, and verifying that the TypeScript blah 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 implements something implement. Oh my goodness. It's never-ending story. I'm going banana. It's sitting on my tokens. Nothing is left. Ah! And we're back. And there's a new error. I guess we will just keep on doing this. And there's a new error. Can you fix this one? First planet. Unhandled runtime error. Attempt to call use toast from the server, but use toast is on the client. It's not possible to invoke a client function from the server. It can only be rendered as a component or passed to props of a client component. And now I'm getting an error, invalid response from server, unexpected end of JSON input. Add client directive. Add use client directive at the top of the toaster TSX to file to mark it as a client component. This will allow the component to use toast hook without errors. To fix straightforward, the toaster component needs to use client. And then we have an error here. Let's just try and do this. If you're unsure with what I mean, please ask and don't do anything. Probably easier to fix it myself. Okay. So it's rebuilding. Should be quick. I presume. But let you pause it for a second, so we will see. It came with this weird error down here, and we still have the toaster error. So see if we can fix this. It seems like this infinite loop. I'm just using up all my tokens and nothing is really happening. Just say, still this issue, we did not fix it. I'm planning. We'll see what it do. If it still crashes down here and gives some error down in the prompt here, that's concerning to me. Then I think I will just call it a day. Let it clear its cache or whatever during the night. Hopefully there's a new build and it might work better. I've seen this before. You give it a day and then things are working better. So maybe not try and fix it more. Use client directive. But I told it to fix it. Okay. Very strange. That's what I said for it to do, I guess. Well, I'm going to have a break. I need to go and get rid of the cardboard and all of this stuff and try and fix it and make it nice. I'm going to operate my back. So whatever I can carry and do now, I need to do now. Cardboard isn't heavy, but I don't think I can do it after the operation. Yeah, so I need to move around a little bit for my back as well. Maybe do some exercises, some stretches and things. I let this go in the background. I will come back and update you with what happened. But if it keeps getting this same kind of error, I don't know. I don't know what to do. But then again, if you've been watching this long, 3.5 hours, it's the longest session I've ever had. To be honest, it's almost 8 hours long, this session, for real. It is 8 hours long. I've been doing this for 8 hours, full day. But I haven't really managed to do anything. So maybe I'll take a pause on this. I'll do a new project, a tiny one. In the meantime, I don't know. Maybe I need to buy more tokens as well. We'll see. I need to think. Maybe a walk would be good. Get some air. Thank you for watching. Over and out. And by the way, please leave a comment, like, tell me what you think. Is this way too long? Anyone actually watching this? My idea is on this webpage, when it's actually working, to give notes where to jump. So you can just click a link and you can jump to different parts in it, then it fixed it. Okay, so we are back and it's fixed. Let's see what's going on. Sign up. We go to sign up. We go to sign in. I don't exist, right? No. Invalid email or password. Okay, we'll go to sign up instead. Do I get an email? Fail to sign up. Okay, I will just pause this for it and see what's going on. No. 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 Yes. I tried to sign up again. I shouldn't exist in the database. I tried to log in. It said incorrect email or password. So I'm trying to sign up. And now I get error, failed to sign up. So can you check what's going on? Make sure this is going to send out an email to me using resend with a verification link. I can click the link and come back and be logged in. That's the plan. What's wrong? I never get out of here, am I? I need to do the planning here, then execute it. And as soon as I execute it, I will leave. I have to leave now. I'll investigate the sign-up issue and check the authentication flow. Let me start by examining the project structure and authentication implementation. So it's doing this. It doesn't remember, it's a little bit, it's like it should have a big cache or something. It's redoing it every single time. What is this? Find Supabase client files. I don't want Supabase. Is it done? I was doing something. All right, I've been talking to myself. Sorry for that. I'm not going to skip it back. I don't know where this is, somewhere in 3:34, so a minute or two. Okay, so what's going on here? It's making up things again. It's saying that this service role key, blah, 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 missing. That's not true, right? So this is incorrect. Bolt and this app can actually create tables and add and remove users. It has been doing so before, so it works. Well, I guess I'm going to have to make a new key because the key is here. The resend key is valid and active. I want to continue using the custom authentication system. I do not want to switch back to Bolt's built-in authentication. So okay, let's add this to the plan. The memory is too short in Bolt. That's my main thing, I would say. I mean, if I'm doing this in one session, I need to tell it the same thing over and over again. It's really frustrating. I mean, I get it. It's a lot of memory it needs to store, right? But we need to have a file, a core file with the core information, and it needs to do that core information the whole time, and always check that one. Thank you for the clarification. You're absolutely right. If the system was working before and creating users, then the service role key must be valid. Let me re-examine the issue more carefully. I mean, the validate verification token function was created before the custom authentication system was added. So it only returns user ID, but not custom user ID. User ID, but not custom user ID. When the verify email route tries to access result.customer user ID, it's undefined. Let me verify this. Perfect. Now I understand the complete issue. Let me check if there might be any existing user records. Now I have a complete understanding of the issue. Let me create an accurate plan. Update database function for customer. Modify validate verification token function to return customer user ID, not user ID. The function currently only returns user ID, but the custom auth system needs custom user ID. Update the function return. Okay, this seems like a more legit add better error logging. The core issue is that the verification token database function before. Okay. The undefined and the verification fails silently. The fix is to update the database function return. Both. Okay. Implement this. Yeah. All right. That seemed like you need to. How do you do this? How do you do this if you don't know enough coding? It's supposed to be vibe coding. So if you go from knowing nothing and wanting to do something, you will trust AI, but you have to have zero trust in AI. And to be able to have zero trust in AI, you do need to understand things. This will be a very long journey. It's hallucinating. At least now when I'm talking to Bolt version 2, and I'm telling it it's wrong and why it's wrong, it is catching itself. It didn't do that before. Okay, so we are getting closer. But come on, I've spent 14 million tokens. Is that correct? 13? I spent 13 million tokens in one day. In 8 hours. 9, 8, 8ish, something. It's coming back. I've successfully fixed the sign up and email verification system. Database function update. Database cleanup. Okay. Enhanced error logging. All right. Build verification. What's expected now? When you sign up, enter your name and password. Click sign up. The system will create your user account in the user table, automatically create a profile via database trigger, generate a verification token, send you an email via resend with verification link. Okay, let's try that. Sign up. Let's check the database before we do anything. Profiles 0. User sessions, users. It's all zeros, right? Email verification attempt is 1. That's fine. Guess we could drop this one. Okay. All right, so sign up. Let's see. Let's inspect what's going on here. Console, clean up. All right, let's go. Sign up. Fail to create user accounts. Multiple go true client instances detected in the same browser context. It is not an error, but this should be avoided as it may produce undefined behavior when used concurrently under the same storage key. That did not work as intended. I got you the console and I think it might give you some ideas on what is wrong. Please check it. Then we go plan mode, of course. Well, it's interesting. That's all we can say. Very interesting. I guess it would have been nice to have some background music, but then YouTube will punish you, I guess. A new Bolt database client is created on every render because create client is called inside the component body without memoization. What is memoization? I never heard of that before. The signup API endpoint is failing with a 500 error. Inconsistent Bolt database client usage. There is already a singleton pattern in, but custom auth context is creating its own client instance instead of using the singleton pattern. Move the Bolt database client creation in custom auth context to use React use memo hook to prevent creating new instance on every render. Alternatively, use the existing singleton client from libsupabase client instead of creating a new one. This will eliminate the multiple go-to. I prefer this approach. Investigate to fix 500 sign-up error. Check server logs to identify the specific error in the sign-up route. Verify that environment variable next public bold database URLs. There's no issue with the service role key, as this was working before without having the service role key. Focus on what's wrong with the database table and why it's not being added there. I can see that there's no new profiles or no new users in the database tables. Don't look at the email part at this point, unless the email is trying to send before the database is created, but that should not be the case. If that's the case, then that is incorrect. First, it should create things in the database, create a token, and then after that is done, it should try and send the email. So I want to make sure the first part with the database is working with creating the user as it should. Okay, let's see what it says about this. I can sit like this for hours. I like it. I mean, I don't mind. The only problem is I'm using up all the tokens. If I'm going to pay like, I don't know, 25 per day, dollars, 250 kroner per day to do this, I better get it back in money somehow. But yeah, let's go and see what it comes up with. It has some kind of plan. The problem is in the database trigger function. Create profile for custom user at line 143. The custom of migration. The trigger tries to create profile with ID equals new ID, the user's UID, custom user ID, new ID. However, the profile table scheme from the initial migration shows that ID is defined as primary key from, okay, that's not going to work. So I guess that's the case, and I have a phone call. Just give me a second. Okay, now I'm confused. I'm back. It was a phone call. I needed to order some food. But let's see here. Yeah, seems to be some database problem, which makes sense. Some error handling. Yeah, makes sense. So let's just implement it. Again, I'm just wondering how a normal person would manage this, read it and understand it. I'm guessing the vibe coding will be very basic stuff for someone who don't know, like, I don't know. I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. And we are back because things are happening. So it's fixed. Perfect. Database is ready. All fixes have been successfully implemented and it's updated. Yada, yada, yada. Test the sign up. Okay. Let's go back. Let's do this console. Okay. Maybe that's related to Bolt or not me, I don't know. Sign up. Nothing in the console. Nope. It didn't work. I'm adding the console for you to see if you can see what's wrong. So I can see the issue. You're getting 500 internal server error from blah, blah, blah endpoint. Let's investigate. Now let me check blah, blah, blah. I found the issue. No. It's not the .env file. The service role key is not needed. This worked before, so stop going down this rabbit hole, please. Test. It's not the your service role key that is the issue. This was working before. You've gone down this rabbit hole before. Don't go down this rabbit hole again. That's not the issue. So now it's doing hallucination. It's doing what it thinks it's right. It's already clear that it wasn't that. So what's missing is some kind of memory over these problems. What might have changed? Fix the missing crypto import causing 500 error. Okay, seems reasonable enough. Instead of crypto random UID, use random UID. Okay, seems fine to me. But why is it always going down the rabbit hole with that key? No one else, someone who has no experience of coding or anything, wouldn't have figured that out. It was hard for me to figure it out. I spent lots of time on it myself. I probably spent like 1 hour just searching for this, and it keeps going down this rabbit hole. So maybe I should add this in the prompt. You know, you have the prompt here. I think maybe this is something to start using, because I think it's reading this all the time. Kind of makes sense. So here you could tell it how you want things to be set up. I think this prompt is very important. I think here you should have how you want the backend to look. So complete custom database, like I'm trying to do, the authentication setup and everything, how to handle that. That I'm using resend for all the emails. You know, all these kind of things should be in this file, I think. It's just a note for myself for the future. Maybe look for people that have added things in this prompt. Other things. But let's see, perfect. Build completely successful. Missing crypto import has been fixed. Okay, so I guess I should try again. No. Still problems. I'm adding the console. Please have a look at it. Remember, there is no problem with creating things in the database. So there's no custom key that is missing or anything. This used to work, but now it's not. You should have like start an issue and then stop an issue. So it's memorizing what it has done. Now I see the error. The server log shows invalid API key when trying to create the user. This means the bolted. However, user, this is not the issue. This was working before. Don't go down this rabbit hole again. So there must be something else going on. Let me check if maybe the code is supposed to use a different authentication method or if there's a fallback mechanism I'm missing. So the error is very clear. Bolt database API rejecting the key, your service role key here is invalid. All the API routes require Bolt database service key role. Since you insisted it was working before and the key is not the issue, could you clarify, is the actual service role key stored somewhere else, like in environment variable or something? Did this work in a different environment? The error message is unambiguous. Bolt database is saying the API key is invalid. Without a valid service role key, the custom authentication system cannot insert records in the database, which is exactly what's failing. Could you provide the actual service role key from your Bolt database dashboard settings API role key so I can update it in the env file? No, 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 no. So let's check the database and see if we have, where was it? Advanced, right? No. Security audits. New user 1. What time? Long time ago. Okay. Secrets. I feel like disconnecting the Supabase. Since this is created within Bolt, I guess Bolt handled this in a different way. You cannot find the information you're asking for because it doesn't exist. So it must be hidden within Bolt somehow. So please stop referring to your service role key, because this is not the issue. You have created tables, you have added information in tables. It used to work. It used to work in this environment, and all I've asked you to do is update things when it comes to the flow of authentication. So you can add things to the database. I'm 100% sure of this. This is a rabbit hole. It's starting to feel like you're having an argument with AI. Oh, you understand my frustration. That's bullshit. You don't. You're just saying that to make me feel better. Now let me look at the keys files to understand the current database. Perfect. Now I see a complete picture. Let me check on the API route that actually writes to the database to understand the current authentication flow. Now let me check the migration created, blah, blah, blah. Perfect. Now I have a complete picture. Plan. Fix custom authentication system to work with Bolt database. Based on my analysis, I can now see the complete picture of your project is custom authentication system that was implemented to replace Bolt database of the system. Uses a custom users table instead of stores profile like custom users via custom user ID. The issue is that the service role key is set to your service call here, a placeholder in your env file, which means all database operations requiring a permission are failing. Environment configuration fix. Updated env file with the actual Bolt database service role key from your project dashboard. I cannot update the .env file. Okay, Claude. Let's see here. Plus. The new Bolt.new version 2 has a database. is it using some specific type of database, or is it its own, or is it an API connected to something, but we don't know what it is? Test? I was typing the wrong buttons, I guess. Bolt.new has a new version, version 2. In this version, it's a built-in database, Bolt database. Is this an API connecting to something, or is it actual their own database? Please tell me the information you have about Bolt.new version 2 and how it handles the database. I guess I'm gonna have to type because Whisper is out of its token for this week. And I only used it today. So I guess I talked a lot. So Bolt.new has a new version, version 2. I wonder about the built-in database called Bolt database. Is this actually their own DB, or is it an API to some other database and it's hidden as their own? Okay, so we're asking Claude about the new version and see if it knows anything. Okay, so it is Supabase. Supabase.com. So how do I do this then? All right, I will just try and set this up and see what happens. All right, I had it for today. I'm really sorry, guys. It's 4 hours and 11 minutes. It doesn't work. It's hallucinating like crazy. I really thought this was possible, but it's not. So thank you for watching if you did. But thank you very much and goodbye.